Aggie Johnson, Bailey Rawls, Nancy Simpson, Rose Kelly, Katie Holcomb, Peg, Jackson, Henry Thompson, Allie Wells, Wrangler, and Cash number one. Always, 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 here, please move yourself to get the big up front. Last number one, Jefferson Simpson, Cam Dolmage, Hayden Johnson, Melody Rawls, Nancy Simpson, Rose Kelly, Kate Holcomb, Hope McKay. Remember, raise your hands when we show the video, okay?
Kind of a show pig that winds up in second here. This one hits you hard on first impression. He's so stout-headed, stout forearmed, huge-bodied, huge down the top side of his skeleton, certainly powerful from behind. As we start to watch this one drive, this one hits me just a notch quicker in terms of his maturity pattern. I get right back in behind him, and he wants to search more with his rear two, just not quite sure where he wants to place those. If we could square him up and make him a notch more secure, I think he goes ahead and takes this class. A good pig to go ahead and be second. Young lady's third place black gilt that comes out next. Another really good show pig in my mind. We study this one when compared to those two above him. When she comes right out of the gate, we've got to square her up there through her chest and knee. But past that, as we start to read into this gilt, there's a lot of good there. Really like the fresh shape and dimension she has there working in her from blade to hip. You step in behind her, she's big and powerful, hinges off a loose hip and hind leg. I think a nice place to go ahead and be third. If we could square her up front ever so slightly, it gets extremely interesting in the top true in this class in my mind. As a young man's crumbed up bear comes out next. One, I liked a good deal when he first hit the ring. I think this is just a productive, kind of a functional type of a market hog. One that's got muscle, he's got flexibility. I think as we compare those to those ahead of him in this particular drive, when you get right up on top of him, she just becomes the least manly. She's the plainest and least descriptive in the shape to her muscle. But with that, she has an awesome shape to her rib cage and center body, and that's what gives her the mark over the thin belted gilt that comes out next. Young lady's thin belted gilt, she's done an excellent job getting this gilt presented, one that's extremely dark and skin and hair looks right. Love this gilt's eye appeal here from the profile. With that, we just need to soften her through the center third of her body, and if we could do that, she could become a notch more competitive in this particular class. I think a really good class. Let's give these kids a round of applause as they head back.
Results class number 1. First place goes to Allie Wells from Splendor Junior FFA. Second place is Cade Holcomb, Splendor Junior FFA. Fifth place, Melody Rawls, Splendor FFA. Sixth place, Colt McCabe, New Caney Junior FFA. Seventh place, Cameron Domage, Splendor FFA. Eighth place, Hayden Johnson, Porter FFA. Ninth place, Mia Destin, West Fork FFA. 10th place, Emery Hoffman, Splendor 4H. 11th place, Justice Gibson, Splendor FFA. Class number 2, Aiden Dean, Charles Hankins Jr., Braylon Taylor, William Greenhall, Laney Laws, Ashton McCordle, Emma Craney, Aubrey Petty, Bella Teresco. Class number 2. Class number 3. Brooklyn Ross, Peyton Bruce, Tate Howard, Abby Hall, Aaron Harris, Caroline Loving, Callie White, Jack Nolan, Tyler White, Brooke McCarter. Bring the holding pen, class number 3.
Another good class, in my opinion, and a good top pair with some certain trade-off and some discussion to be had. Ultimately, for me, the young lady here in the pink, her gilt, for me, checks the most boxes. I love this gilt's head shape up front. She drives at you square through her chest. As you read her, out of the backside of her blade down the top side of her skeleton, you've got to be extremely impressed. I mean, she is ripped up and creased up from the start of her tail head all the way up to where her neck ties into her blade. That's certainly impressive as you get on top of her. She's got the right kind of body shape. She proportions well from the profile. On a perfect day, maybe she could hinge just a notch looser there out of her hip and hind leg. With that being said, I don't think it's enough to knock her in this particular class. I think a nice gilt that checks a lot of boxes to win this particular class. Young man here in second's got an interesting gilt to me when we first hit the ring. I like this gilt a good deal from the side. She's extra clean there through her throat and her jawline. I wish this gilt could tie just a notch better and how her neck hooks up there at the top side of her blade. I think as we compare her directly to our class winner, when we get right on top of her, she becomes the plainest and the least descriptive of our initial two here in this particular drive. And with that, probably just not as much sheer pop and bulk there through her forerib and her heart as our class winner, but a nice pair to be at the top end of this class. Let's give them a round as they head out. As we drop out into third, I think a good, productive kind of a market hog winds up here and logically sorts there for me. One that's flexible and comfortable on the drive, one that's got the right shape to his body, one that's still muscular. With that, as we compare him to those two ahead of him, to push him over the edge and make him more competitive in this particular class, we need to square him up through his chest and knee as he drives right at you. When you get right on top of him, just needs to be crisper and fresher there down the top side of his skeleton. But a good spot to be third. Young lady does an excellent job getting him drove. Young lady comes out here with a blue gilt, one that from the side it is one that's long-bodied, expressively muscled. When you get right on top of her, certainly powerful from behind. As we step off to the profile and watch her drive across the ring, she starts to fall out in terms of balance and proportions for me. One that just doesn't hook up and blend quite as well as we need to as we step off to the side. I think if we could pick up her front end, shorten her body just a skosh, that gets a notch more competitive there for that third slot as we compare her back to that bear just ahead of her. As we drop out the young lady here with the belted gilt here in fifth, one that you've got to like for being a big-scaled, high-performing, extremely high-cut ability and expressively muscled. With that, we just need to have more bulk and body shape there in the center portion of her rib cage, and if we could do that, we could certainly work her up a notch higher. Young lady does an excellent job getting this gilt presented. Let's give her a round of applause as she heads back.
Results, class number 2. First place goes to Laney Lyles, New Caney Junior FFA. Second place goes to Charles Hankins Jr., Porter Junior FFA. Third place, Emma Craney, Splendor FFA. Fourth place, Aubrey Petty, Splendor FFA. Fifth place, Braylon Taylor, Splendor FFA. Sixth place, Ashlyn McWardle, Splendor FFA. Seventh place, Aiden Dean, Splendor FFA. Eighth place, Bella Tallarico, Splendor Junior FFA. Ninth place, William Greenhall, Splendor 4-H. Class number 3, Brooklyn Ross, Peyton Bruce, Tate Howard, Abby Hall, Aaron Harris, Caroline Loving, Callie White, Jack Nolan, Tyler White, Brooke McCarter. Bring them in the arena, class number 3. go through some of our sponsors for the show this year. We've got Mobile Luxury Restrooms, Outdoor Temperature Solutions, Rusty Buckle, Manhattan Hotel, Charlie Trevino Realtor, King Ranch Ag and Turf, Mustang Cat, HEB, Aunt Jackie's Sweet Treats, New Caney Fence Northwest, Texan Petting Zoo, Bubbling Balloon Company, Jaguar Fuel Services, East Montgomery County Improvement District, Martin Dodge Ram, Martin Chevrolet Buick GMC, Principal Services, Energy, Rock and Roll Ready Mix, Hallmark Mitigation and Construction, Mesquite Construction Services, Buster Brown Propane, Wesley Doolittle for Sheriff, Sheriff Rand Henderson, Custom Luxury Pools, J.A. Constantina Associates in Engineering, Wild Gear, Kennedy Fabrication, Joslin Construction, Martin Realty, Warren Ready Mix, Guys AC, Trout Tire and Trailer, Schuler Services, Trout Construction, Community Resource Credit Union, Raising Canes, Sale Quick, EMC Tire and Wheel. That's just a few, and I'll announce some more later. But if you do business in New Canyon, Porter, and Splendor, these are who sponsors this show. If you have an opportunity to do business with them, keep it at home. Go see these people. They sponsor your kids. Treat them right. In the arena passing out buckles tonight, we've got Wade Wells from Splendor. His sponsor was Overall Taxidermy. He was one of the King candidates. We have Ashley Pippin, Splendor Premier was her sponsor. We've got Abigail Goolsby, who is your fair queen for next year from West Fork. Goolsby Testing was her sponsor. Rustin Jeffcoat from Splendor, Glenn Trout Construction sponsor. He's your fair king for this next year. Give him a round of applause. Class number 4, James Sessom, Brendan Shaw, Hadley Winter, Isabella Baldwin, Tatum Button, Zachary Muller, Cutter Williamson, Ryan Brown, Cole Hill, Addison Johnson, Tate Soul. Bring him to the holding area, class number 4.
Another good class, and young ladies traditionally marked Hampshire Gilt here is one that starts for me fairly easy in this particular drive. I think as we compare her to her contemporaries in this class, she becomes the one that's the most out there in an area or two and special in that regard, and then with that still checks boxes in terms of fundamentals and basics. I think to me of the class, this is the loose structured one that's flexible, that's still extremely fresh and crisp down the top side of her skeleton. She's very powerful from behind, and then still from from the profile, she blends and balances well, and then still gives you a look of quality and eye appeal here from the side. I think a nice place to start this particular class. I studied 2 and 3 for a while, and honestly, these two pigs hit me eerily similar in regards to how they're put together and their strengths and weaknesses. I think it is subtle differences that sort that pair, and to me, the young lady here in the purple has the one that's got the advantage just in terms of height of shoulder. She definitely, ties her neck in better at the top side of her shoulder. She's cleaner through her throat latch and through her jawline. When you work into the center portion of her body, she doesn't give up any in terms of body shape and expression up high. With that, still plenty powerful from behind. And I'll say of the two between of the pair in 2 and 3, she is the one that to me from behind is the most collected and square in terms of her hock placement. I think a tough class, a tough pair, and certainly up for discussion. Young lady's done a nice job getting that pig drove. We worked this young man's pig out here in 3rd, and this one is one that, again, as I mentioned before, similar to our bear that was here in 2nd. Really love the shape he has there to his rib cage. I love how fresh he is down the top side of his skeleton. He's extremely powerful from behind. It's this view here that sorts him 3rd for me. You can see here as we work ahead of his shoulder, he gets a little wastier there through his jowl and his throat latch. Doesn't tie his neck in quite as clean and fresh, I guess, as that one just ahead of him. And again, as we step in right behind this gilt, she wants to search and roll on the outside of her toe ever so slightly. I think if we could square her up, make her a notch neater, this class gets even more interesting than it was. Young man did a nice job with her as well. As we work this pig out here in 4th, young lady did an excellent job getting this one drove. I like this one in terms of skeletal build and quality, looseness and comfort levels extremely good, and that's why she sorts up for me in this particular class. We step off to the side of her. She balances and proportions well, I think, from the profile. When we get right into this gilt and we ask ourselves, is there enough there in terms of muscle shape and stoutness of feature to work up any higher? I didn't think so today. We need to stouten her up in terms of her front foot and forearm, stouten her up in terms of her head, just crisp her up with more shape down the top side of her skeleton to work her up any higher. Young lady did an excellent job getting that one presented. Young lady here in 5th, again, I think in this class hit me the hardest from a showman's standpoint. She got the absolute most out of this bear in this judge's opinion today. Excellent job and hats off to her. I love the fresh shape and expression he has down the top side of his skeleton. He's certainly a big, powerful, stout kind of a market hog. With that, as we start to study him in terms of build and balance and proportion, that's where he sorts 5th for me. He's the lower fronted one that gets a little softer there on his front foot. Doesn't want to tie his neck in quite as good as some of those ahead of him. I think if we could trick him out just a skosh more, then we could certainly work him up. Again, hats off to this young lady. She did an excellent job getting that pig presented. Let's give those kids a round of applause on a good class.
Results class number 3. First place goes to Caroline Loving, New Caney Junior FFA. Second place goes to Brooklyn Ross, Splendor FFA. Third place, Peyton Bruce, New Caney FFA. Fourth place goes to Brooke McCarter, Splendor Junior FFA. Fifth place, Aaron Harris, Splendor FFA. Sixth place, Abby Hall, New Caney FFA. Seventh place, Tyler White, Splendor FFA. Eighth place, Tate Howard, Splendor FFA. Ninth place, Callie White, New Caney FFA. 10th place, Jack Nolan, New Caney FFA. Class number 4, James Sessom, Brendan Shaw, Hadley Winter, Isabella Baldwin, Tatum Button, Zachary Muller, Cutter Williamson, Ryan Brown, Cole Hill, Addison Johnson, Tate Sowell. Bryan Arena, class number 4. Class number 5, Corbin Frazier, Colton Soul, Reagan Winter, Avery Wright, Elizabeth Tellerico, Bailey Joe Hill, Jerry Stewart, Valerie Tribe, Molly Galan. Class number 5, bring him to the holding pen, please.
Maybe took a notch more time on this particular class, and honestly, there's not one that I can just deem my kind and run with, but I think nonetheless, as we stay disciplined and start to weigh the totals, I think this young man here in the purplish pink shirt with the blue bear here it has the best pig, I think, when we weigh totals. This one is the most comfortable as far as combination bear. He combines a comfortable, flexible skeleton with a big body shape, enough muscle and shape up high, plenty of muscle and spread from behind. Sure, when we compare him back to this bear or this bear that drives here in second, he's not the neatest through his jawline and his throat. If we could trim that up and clean that up ever so slightly, I think it becomes even more apparent that he needs to win this particular drive. I think a nice bear to win, in my opinion. Young man's belted bear here that winds up in second. This one's closer to my speed and as far as silhouette and look and eye appeal here from the profile. Love that about this bear. I like the fresh shape he has down the top side of his skeleton. A really bold turn to the upper part of his rib cage. I like that about him. You get him behind him, there's plenty of pin width and spread there down low. Where I start to pick on this bear from a personal standpoint, we need to stouten him up about his front foot and his forearm and his rear bone. If we could do that and push him just a notch more over the edge in that regard, I think this class gets more interesting there on the top end. As we drop the young man's predominantly white pig out here in third, I thought young man Gilt did an excellent job getting this gilt presented. One that from a body shape and production standpoint, I think is extremely good. Just a good productive kind of a market hog, bold-bodied, good muscled, powerful from behind, really loose and comfortable about his rear leg. When this thing drives right at me, we've got to bust her open there through her chest and square up through her knee to make her a notch more competitive. As we drop this next one out, this one hit me extremely hard when we first kind of hit the ring and we start to kind of gravitate to what we think's the top end of this particular class. I like this one, and he hits you hard in terms of head shape, body shape, and empower and expression there down the top side of his skeleton. Certainly one of the more impressive bears we've had in terms of muscle shape and dimension there from behind. I think we start to study this one in terms of from a build perspective, and as the drive starts to go on, he starts to fall out for me. He's the shortest about his hip, the shortest about his step there from behind, wants to set on the outside of his hoof roll ever so slightly. I think if we could lengthen and extend his hip, and then with that just make him a notch more secure off of his rear too, this pig could work up quick in a hurry, in my opinion. Young man does a nice job getting this one drove. Young lady drops this pig out here in fifth and went back and forth between fifth and sixth in my head. I think they are extremely similar. There's some give and take between the pair and how I saw them. I thought the young lady's kind of chromed up gilt here, had the advantage just in terms of sheer shape and expression down the top side of her skeleton. No doubt she's the leader in that regard in that pair. As we step off to the side, I think one that still balances and silhouette's fine from the profile. To work her up any higher in this particular class, we need to relax her in terms of the angle to her blade, give her a notch more punch there in her heart and her flank, and give her a notch here in sixth. I like that about her. I think even of the top six in this class, she's the class leader in terms of looseness and flex there to her rear leg and squareness. We get right into this gilt, and quite frankly, there's just not enough there for this judge today. We need to stouten her up in terms of her muscle shape up high and behind. If we could do that, we could work her up a notch higher as well. Let's give these kids a round of applause as they head back.
Result class number 4. First place goes to Zachary Muller, Splendor FFA. Second place, Tate Soul from Splendor FFA. Third place, James Sessom, Splendor FFA. Fourth place is Cutter Williamson, Splendor FFA. Fifth place, Isabella Baldwin, Porter FFA. Sixth place, Addison Johnson, Porter Junior FFA. Seventh place, Hadley Winter, Splendor Junior FFA. Eighth place, Ryan Brown, West Fork FFA. Ninth place, Brendan Shaw, West Fork FFA. 10th place, Tatum Button, Splendor Junior FFA. 11th place, Cole Hill, Splendor 4-H. Class number 5, Corbin Frazier, Colton Soul, Reagan Winter, Avery Wright, Elizabeth Tellerico, Bailey Joe Hill, Jerry Stewart, Valerie Tribe, Molly Galan. Class number 5. Class number 6, Mohan Jager, Harper Marsh, Kylie Mixon, Cash Green, Dalton Ness, Lane Cullum, Zaylee Overall, Mason Cohen, Bro Kelly, Hayden Torres. Frames the holding area, class number 6.
Well, again, another challenging class for me, and honestly, I flipped every pig in this top 6 around several different ways, except the one that wins this particular class, and I think that's the thing that a guy needs to do, is find this young man's black-headed, kind of wide-belted one and let him win. I think this is the most fault-free bear in this particular drive. You study him from the side. He proportions well, balances well. He's got a loose, comfortable skeleton, plenty big enough through his chest for me. I love the shape he has to his body. There's plenty of muscle there. I think to make this pig perfect and get real excited about him, we need to crisp him up and give him a notch more shape there down the top side of his skeleton and from behind. But again, I don't think it needs to knock him in this particular class. This one checks the most boxes for me. I think he needs to win. I think there's plenty of discussion to be had here between 2 through 6, in my opinion. And with that being said, I don't think any of these are perfect. I'd be more than happy to discuss them with you. I'm going to tell you what I saw and how I place my priorities. Young lady's blue pig here hit me hard when we first came in, and no doubt I'll be the first to tell you, obviously, elephant in the ring here is this one is timid and soft and a little timid on his front feet, no doubt about it. I think if we get past that and we read past there's a lot of good to this blue pig. I think the body shape's good. Love the fresh shape he has down the top side of his skeleton. He's certainly powerful from behind and stout about his feature. I wish we could sure this one up on his front feet. We could certainly work him up a skosh higher if we could. Young lady that drives here in third, this is one that's got to be a class leader in terms terms of back shape, in terms of power from behind, and shape to his body and rib cage. I like that about him. As we start to get into this one and get past the get past the power standpoint of a market hog, and we start to study him in terms of build and balance, that's where he sorts third for me. I think this is a frailer featured one that doesn't balance as well from the profile. Because of that, he's so massive up high. We've got to stouten him up at the ground to make him blend and balance a skosh better. He too gets a bit more rigid in the way he hooks up his neck there into the top side of his shoulder, and just a bit more cresty and mature looking. If we could clean that up and lengthen his hip out ever so slightly, that one could work up as well. Again, a good, wide, stout, powerful kind of a market hog that comes next. With that, to work him up any higher, we've got to loosen him up and free him up off either end of his skeleton. He's the stiltiest off either end there, and consequently moves the most restricted and rigid off either end of his skeleton. Young lady drops this gilt out next, and honestly, from the side, I like this one a good deal. She's tall-shouldered, level from there back, expressively muscled. I think as we really get into this one, we've got to ask ourselves, is there enough stoutness there? This is a frailer jawed one that's frailer about his forearm. When we study her coming right at me, she needs to bust open there through her chest and knee, and in turn come with more bulk and shape there to the center portion of her body. I think if we could change those few things, it gets really exciting for that young lady fast. As we round out this particular class, I tried to work this one up even more, and he starts to grow on me. To be quite honest with you, as we start to study this one, we could just pick him up on his pasterns on both ends of his skeleton and let him just blend and collect himself better. He's a flatter front-footed one that wants to cave and crash there at the end into his knee, just not quite as coordinated from behind. I think if we could pick him up there and then bring that added fresh shape he has down the top side of his skeleton, we could certainly work him up higher. Unfortunately for this judge today, just not quite sound enough off of his feet to work up any higher. A good class. Let's give those kids a round of applause as they head back.
First place goes to Jerry Stewart, Splendor FFA. Second place, Molly Galan, New Caney FFA. Third place goes to Bailey Joe Hill, Porter Junior FFA. Fourth place, Valerie Tribe, Porter FFA. Fifth place, Reagan Winter, Splendor FFA. Sixth place, Colton Soul, Splendor FFA. Seventh place, Avery Wright, Splendor Junior FFA. Eighth place, Corbin Frazier, Splendor FFA. Ninth place, Elizabeth Tallarico, Splendor FFA. Class number 6, Mohan Jager, Harper Marsh, Kylie Mixon, Cash Green, Dalton Ness, Lane Cullum, Sally Overall, Mason Cohen, Bro Kelly, Hayden Torres. Class number 6. Class number 7, Riley Holcomb, Madison Richards, Ethan Craney, Tyler Odom, Francisco Rosales, Clayton Gannon, Wyatt Rowe, Vivian Sawyer, Dylan Bailey, Brody Willis. Class number 7, bring him to the holding pen.
Well, another good class with some parts and pieces you got to find homes for and make them fit together. And I guess ultimately for me, the young man here in the brown shirt, his belted bear, becomes the least problematic in my mind. I think this is a good, powerful, wide, constructed, functional kind of a market bear to win this particular drive. I think stout feature, big backed, big bodied, and extremely big from behind, and still square hawked are all things that describe this pig to a T. To make this one perfect, sure, he's not just the neatest in terms of how his neck hooks up or the cleanliness there through his throat, but past that, I don't think that fits the kind of pig this one is. I mean, this is a true kind of a power hog that's got great body shape, great muscle, flexible enough on the drive, and still proportions extremely well in my mind. I think a solid place to start this particular class. Young man that winds up in second, I thought there was some debate to be had there briefly between 2 and 3, and ultimately reach and flex and comfortableness from behind is what sorts this pair for me. I think this bear here from the side is one that silhouette's extremely good, one that you can see from the outside has a fresh, crisp back working down the top side of him, one that's certainly powerful from behind, and like I mentioned before, one that's long-hipped, loose constructed, extremely flexible there on the drive is why he sorts second in this particular class. Young man that drops out here in third with the thin belted one's extremely unique in my mind. You get right on top of him and you're impressed in terms of back shape and spread and freshness there from blade to hip. Certainly powerful from behind. I think as we we step off to the side of this one, we start to study him in terms of skeletal qualities where he sorts third for me. He's a straighter bladed there that gets a little shorter, more restricted there out of his hip and hind leg. If we could loosen him up and free him up there, I think he sorts second then rather handedly. But again, just a bit of a hindrance in terms of skeletal quality why he sorts third for this judge today. Young man does an excellent job getting that one presented. Young lady that comes out next here in 4 has one that hits me as just a productive kind of a market animal. Big-bodied, muscular, flexible, and all those very good things in my mind. With that, to push him over the edge and make him a notch more competitive in this class, we need to make him stronger there about his front foot and posture, make him a little neater there through his jowl and his jawline to make him to work him up any higher in this particular class. Young lady that drops out here in 5 has one that caught my eye from the side as far as the silhouette goes. Neat looking, attractive, up-headed kind of a show gilt, very shapely and expressive in terms of her muscle. We get on top of this one and really get into her, quickly realize there's just not quite enough pig here to work up any higher. She needs more body shape, more spread and muscle dimension to work up any higher. Young lady does a nice job getting her presented. Let's give those kids a round of applause as they head back.
Results class number 6. First place, Lane Cullum, New Caney FFA. Second place, Dalton Ness, Splendor FFA. Third place goes to Grove Kelly, Splendor FFA. Fourth place, Harper Marsh, Splendor Junior FFA. Fifth place, Mohan Jager, West Fork FFA. Sixth place, Kylie Mixon, New Caney FFA. Seventh place, Cash Green, Splendor Junior FFA. Eighth place, Hayden Torres, New Caney FFA. Ninth place, Xylee Overall, Splendor FFA. 10th place, Mason Cohen, West Fork FFA. Class number 7, Riley Holcomb, Madison Richards, Ethan Craney, Tyler Odom, Francisco Rosales, Clayton Gannon, Wyatt Rowe, Vivian Sawyer, Dylan Bailey, Brody Willis. Class number 7. Class number 8, Tristan Tanner, Kelsey Ness, Brooklyn Kelly, Trevor Harney, Kevin Vargas, Lane Schuler, Gracie Sherlock, Ty Largent. Bring the holding pen, class number 8.
Well, a good class, I think, and a challenge to put together. I think two very similar pigs we have in the top end of this particular class, and it's just subtle differences that sort the pair for me. And to me, the young man here in the center of the ring, when we get right on top of this gilt, she has the distinct advantage in fresh shape and turn there to her center body, specifically right into her upper rib cage. Really love the turn she takes there. She transitions smoother there into her hip loin when compared to the gilt that's in, or the bear that's in second. With that comes fuller and fresher there through her flank and center body. I think as we study these two from the side, they paint a similar picture. Both tall-fronted, good-looking, flexible kind of show pigs, no doubt about it. Just thought there was a slight edge in terms of fresh shape and bulk there in the center portion of her body when compared to the bear here in second. The bear in second's interesting. I think one that extremely neat there ahead of his blade, one that's extremely shapely there on the top side of his skeleton. I think as we step right off to the side of this one, he's a softer front-footed bear that doesn't blend and balance as good there in the front third of his skeleton. When we get right on top of him, he's a little drier and harder there in his hip loin junction, and specifically there right in his flank. Just doesn't want to balance in proportion and blend here on the side. I think if we could fix those things ever so slightly, that top pair gets even closer than it was. Good pair of pigs. Hats off to those kids as they go back. We drop the young man's thin-belted bear out here in third. One that I liked a good deal just in terms of body shape, spread, mass, and power. I think as we compare him to those two ahead of him, this gilt is one that falls out just in terms of length and extension there ahead of his blade, one that gets a little wastier there through his jowl. And then again, I think as we study him in terms of angle struggles to his skeleton. While I don't think it's a big deal and he needs to be third, I think as we compare him to those two ahead of him, he becomes the straighter fronted one. That's just a little tighter and more restricted off either end of his skeleton. But a nice pig, powerful, muscular, stout constructed. Good place to be third in this particular class. Young lady brings a stoutie out here in 4 and kind of a problem child in my mind. Wasn't quite sure what to do with him. This one is the class leader in terms of bulk and spread there up high. Certainly stout and powerful from behind and stout about his feature. I start to study this one in terms of build, and that's where he falls for me. He's one that sets on the outside of his hoof wall there, wants to search as he plants his rear leg, as he drives directly away from you. Though he's a big-chested bear, I think that works to his disadvantage too, as he wants to push out at his elbow ever so slightly. I think if we could square him up off either end, we could work up him up higher as well. Hats off to that young lady as she goes back. The young lady that winds out this particular top 5 in this drive did an awesome job getting this bear presented, and quite honestly pushes up higher because of that. She gets the absolute most out of this bear. This is a fresh-backed, shapely one that's got muscle and spread. Just from a balance and eye appeal standpoint is where he sorts fourth in this particular class. He's kind of a fatter-headed bear that gets a bit rounder there out of his hip. Just doesn't blend and balance quite as well from the profile. But again, young lady does an awesome job getting this one stuck. So hats off to her as she goes back.
Class number 7 results. Tyler Odom, number 1. Number 2, Ethan Craney. 3rd place, Dylan Bailey, Splendor FFA. 4th place, Riley Holcomb, Splendor Junior FFA. 5th place, Madison Richards, Splendor FFA. 6th place, Brody Willis, Splendor FFA. 7th place, Francisco Rosales, Porter Junior FFA. 8th place, Vivian Sawyer, West Fork FFA. 9th place, Wyatt Rowe, West Fork FFA. 10th place, Clayton Gannon, Splendor Junior FFA. Class number 8, Tristan Tanner, Kelsey Ness, Brooklyn Kelly, Trevor Harney, Kevin Vargas, Lane Schuler, Gracie Sherlock, Ty Largent. Class number 8. A few more of our sponsors are Piney Woods Mills, DK Industrial Services, Rocking Horse Daycare, Lansdowne Moody, the Dumpster Guys, La Casita, Constable Rowdy Hayden, Commissioner Matt Gray, Judge Jason Dunn, Mark Chevrolet Buick, Walmart, Cross Tex Construction, Reed's, Sunset Performance Engines, Calendar's, ABC Home and Commercial Services, Premier Detailing, Goolsby Testing, Hill Construction Services, Triple B Epoxy, Texas Specialized Transportation, Lynch Livestock, S&S Aerobics, Trey Guillory State Farm, McDonald's, Stripes and Stops, Pace Stansel Funeral Home. Our belt booker spot. Class number 9. Jordan Snyder, Cash Wagner, Austin Binge, Addison Smith, Riley Anderson. Bring them to the holding area. Class number 9.
Well, again, another challenging class for me to put together, and to be quite honest, I wish I could take parts and pieces of each of these six and kind of smash them into one, and I think we'd really have something. And with that being said, I think the one that becomes the most fault-free and the one that needs the win is the young man here in the center of the ring. I think this is a good, productive kind of a market pig. Flexible, comfortable, good body shape, good muscle shape and spread. Just a good kind of a market hog to go ahead and win this particular class. Young man here in second does an awesome job getting this thing presented. He's dark black, he's bright white, and then with that fresh and shapely down the top side of his skeleton, I think loose and comfortable on the drive, and that's what allows him to sort second here. I think as we step off here to the side, he just doesn't balance in proportion quite as well. He gets a little wasty there through his jowl and his jawline, and with that, a little rounder and coarser there out of his hip and stifle. I think if we could blend all that together better and catch more eye appeal, then this one becomes the clear class winner. I think a good top pair. Kid's doing a nice job getting them drove. As we drop this bear out in third, thin-belted Hampshire is one that from the side I like a good deal. He's a tall-shouldered bear that's level from there back. You get right on top of him. He's shapely and expressive down the top side of his skeleton. I think as we step off and as this bear starts to drive right at us, we start to see maybe just a bit counterfeit in the way he's put together. He's a narrow-chested bear that comes in at his knee. As we step in right behind him, I'm just not convinced there's enough right in the seat of his pants to work up any higher. I think if we could stouten him up ever so slightly in terms of muscle and feature, then we could work him up a bit higher as well. I think extremely close, just not quite enough stuff in there to go ahead and work him up any higher. Kind of similar story as the predominantly white pig drops out. I think earlier in class this one hit me as the one that from the side has a look of quality. He's tall-shouldered, eye-appealing there. You get right on top of him, and he's extremely fresh and shapely there from blade to hip. And then again, as we step off to the side, just doesn't want to balance as well. He's kind of a harder four-rib pig that gets drier there about his flank and mid-body. And with that, as he drives right at you, he's afraid of arm bear that wants to close up there through his chest and at the ground. If we could stouten him up, pry him apart ever so slightly, he could work up a notch higher as well. Young lady that drops out has the exact opposite. This is a bold stouty for sure. One that's big-chested, big-bodied, extremely big down the top side of her skeleton, really big and powerful there from behind. It's this look here that gets me. As we ask this one to get out and set into motion, she never becomes quite comfortable enough to get out and drive. She's a bit timid there off either end of her skeleton. I wish we could lay her muscle on just a notch smoother. She gets a bit coarse in that regard, but extremely fresh, extremely shapely. Young lady's done an excellent job with that one again as well. So we dropped the sixth place big out. One that, again, in terms of looseness and flex of hind leg, I think is extremely good. It's from a balance and quality perspective where she starts sixth for me. We get off to the side of this gilt, and again, she's kind of gets a bit wastier there through the front third of her skeleton, a little longer bodied gilt that just doesn't allow her to blend and balance quite as well there from the profile. But again, good skin and hair, good job on the stick. Young lady's doing an excellent job. Let's give them a round of applause as they head back.
Girls class number 8. First place goes to Trevor Harney, Splendor 4H. Second place goes to Ty Largent, Splendor FFA. Third place, Gracie Sherlock, Splendor FFA. Fourth place, Tristan Tanner, Splendor FFA. Fifth place, Brooklyn Kelly, New Caney FFA. Sixth place, Kelsey Ness, Splendor FFA. Seventh place, Lane Schuler, Splendor FFA. Eighth place, Kevin Vargas, New Caney FFA. Class number 9, Jordan Snyder, Cash Wagner, Austin Binge, Addison Smith, Riley Anderson. Class number 9.
This class maybe fell together easier than some or quicker than some. And with that being said, I think it's easy to start the young man's white pig here in the center of the ring. This is a big pig, a big, flexible, heavy-muscled, big-bodied one that's still stout-featured and plenty collected there on the drive and on the move. I think a good, solid start to or place to start this particular class. It gets a notch closer here between 2 and 3 in my mind, and certainly some subtle differences between the pair. Ultimately, to me, the one with a slight more look of quality here is the young man that's driving the center of the ring with his kind of chromed up barra. This one here is a tall-shouldered pig that's hard-backed and shapely and expressive there, certainly powerful enough from behind. I think if we compare him back to that class winner in order to get over the hump, this one here gets a bit straighter and stiltier there in the angle to his blade, a little stiltier there from behind, and consequently just doesn't want to take as big of a step off either end of a skeleton lice sort second for me. Young man that winds up in third has a big, stout, powerful one for sure, really bold and expressive there through his center cage and body, and with that, plenty shapely from behind. As we step off to the side here, we can all see this one starts to fall out just in terms of balance in my mind. This one is a kind of a rounder fronted barra that gets a little steeper than rounder there out of his hip. Consequently, just doesn't blend in proportion quite as well there from the profile. Young man drops the predominantly black pig out here next, and this is another big-bodied, kind of productive, muscular type of a bear. With that, I think we need to stouten him up in terms of his feature. If we could clean him up there back through his flank and through his flank knots, we could work him up a notch higher as well. Young lady that rounds out this particular class with the black-headed gilt is one that's extremely stout about his forearm and feature. Like that about her. She's got fresh shape and expression there down the top side of her skeleton. Unfortunately, as we start to study this one in terms of build, she's kind of a coarser hawked female. It seems like she wants to favor that back right today, and with that, just doesn't have the added body dimension needed in this particular class at weight and age. But young lady doing an excellent job getting this gilt presented. Let's give these kids a round of applause as they head back.
Results class number 9. First place, Jordan Snyder, New Caney FFA. Second place, Cash Wagner, New Caney Junior FFA. Third place, Austin Binge, Porter FFA. Fourth place, Riley Anderson, West Fork FFA. Fifth place, Addison Smith, Splendor Junior FFA. All right, we're going to take a little 10-minute break, get our paperwork together, and we'll start the sale order. Just a reminder, all animals that make the sale and the alternates, we have a mandatory sales meeting right after the showmanship. So if you make the sale or if you're an alternate, you must attend the sales meeting. This is a mandatory sales meeting. We will call roll, You must have a parent with you. Attention in the barn. All swine exhibitors, you need to be with your animal. We're going to start the sale in just a few minutes, sale order, and be with your animal so we can keep this thing rolling. We don't want to have any holdup. So, all swine exhibitors, go get with your animal and stay with them till the sale order is over with. Attention in the barn, listen up. From class number 1, I need all these animals in the holding area. Class number 1, Allie Wells, Splendora, Junior FFA. Class 2, Laney Lyles, New Caney FFA. Class number 3, Caroline Loving, New Caney FFA. Class number 4, Zachary Muller, Splendora FFA. Class number 5, Jerry Stewart, Splendora FFA. Class number 6, Lane Cullum, New Caney FFA. Class number 7, Tyler Odom, Splendora FFA. Class number 8, Trevor Harney, Splendora FFA. Class number 9, Jordan Snyder, New Caney FFA. Bring those animals to the holding pen, please. All your first place animals to the holding pen. Okay, let's get started here. In the arena, we need from class number 1, Allie Wells. Class number 2, Laney Lyles. Class number 3, Caroline Loving. Class number 4, Zachary Muller. Class number 5, Jerry Stewart. Class number 6, Lane Cullum. Class number 7, Tyler Odom. Class number 8, Trevor Harney. Class number 9, Jordan Snyder. Bring them to the arena, please. This is for the Grand Champion Drive. Okay, listen up in the barn. From class number 1, we need Roe Kelly from Splendor FFA. Class number 2, Charles Hankins, Porter Junior FFA. Class 3, Brooklyn Ross, Splendor FFA. Class 4, Tate Sowell, Splendor FFA. Class 5, Molly Galan, New Caney FFA. Class 6, Dalton Ness, Splendor FFA. Class number 7, Ethan Craney, Splendor FFA. Class number 8, Ty Largent, Splendor FFA. Class 9, Cash Wagner, New Caney Junior FFA. Bring them to the holding area, please. Attention in the barn. If you're in the aisleways or in the pig barn in the aisleways, please clear them out. Let's keep everything clear so we can keep the animals moving.
Well, y'all can kind of chill them out for just a second. I'm not going to talk too long. I'm not one, I guess, for big, giant speeches, but I guess when I get the chance to talk, I do have a few messages I want to leave you kids with and you families. First off, I would like to say thank you to the crew here for having me out to judge today. I've had a blast. It's been fun. I think the show has been extremely well run. We haven't waited on anything at all today. It's been extremely efficient. So hats off to the crew here at the back. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Well, again, I don't have a whole lot to say. I would like to maybe leave you with just a few points before we part ways or go select a champion and reserve and then the rest of the cell order. With that being said, I guess my message I'd like to leave you with, or at least talk about for a second, is finding a passion. I think I get that we're all here with a common goal to be competitive and win today. And as I look out here and I see these kids and these families that are participating in this, maybe this isn't your one thing that just makes you the happiest in the world. But what I want to leave you with is I want you to chase that. I want you to find it. I want you to surround yourself with people that help you achieve the goals that you set for yourself and push you when you want to give up and when you feel like saying no. They encourage you because they know that you're in the right space and that you've got a good goal and that you need to push and go for it. At the same time, I don't want you to surround yourself with yes men. I think there's too much of that. There's too many people that their entire life have been told yes and everything's a great idea. I would encourage you to find those people that do encourage you, but at the same time are realistic and tell you no, because I've found as I've grown and matured through life that maybe those people that told you no the most times were the ones that loved you the most and did have your best interest at heart. I think that as a whole, maybe we've all kind of forgot how to take no for an answer. I think we've all forgot maybe how to lose a little bit gracefully and learn from those losses and move forward. So I would encourage you to try to find that. Try to find those people. Try to find the lesson in your losses so you can improve and get better. And with that, I guess never underestimate the power of the passion that you find. I don't think that you, as you grow and mature, you'll realize that certain things that you've done and paths that you've taken have completely shaped the life that you have, whether it's the lady or the man, whoever you marry, and the family that you have and the friends that you surround yourself. It all stems back to something that you put your heart and soul in. So I would say, as I look ringside here and I look at the projects, I think the kids have done an excellent job. Obviously, they have great support systems at home and through the school system, and hats off to them. It's fun to come to a show of this quality, and then at the same time see one ran this well. The kids doing a good job. The pigs being quality, and obviously a great support system. So I guess hats off to you guys and the families that are behind them. I've had a blast out here sorting them. I don't want to take too much more of your time. I'll go out and shake the hand of your champion and your reserve, and we'll work through the rest of the sell order. I think it's been a phenomenal show. You kids can fire them back up. I'm proud of my class winners. I think all these represent good livestock. They're muscular, bold-bodied, and flexible, and with that, there's one out here that takes it all to the next level. Again, I've never been the one to bring a set of scales to the show with me and judge it that way off weight alone. I do like to pick my favorite pig regardless of size, weight, or breed, and that's exactly what I aim to do today. So I guess one more time, let's give these kids a round of applause on an excellent set of animals, and I'll go out and shake the hand of your champion.
Attack from class number 1, Allie Wells, Splendor FFA. We need Ro Kelly. Ro Kelly, Splendor FFA in the arena, please. Ro Kelly in the arena, please. I need Lindsay Sessom in the holding area. Lindsay Sessom from class number 1 in the holding area. Ro Kelly, Splendor FFA. We need Lindsay Sessom. Lindsay Sessom, Splendor FFA in the arena. Cade Holcomb in the holding area. Cade Holcomb to the holding area. Class number 2, Laney Lyles, New Caney Junior FFA. Need Charles Hankins from Porter Junior FFA in the arena. Emma Craney to the holding area. Hankins in the arena, Craney to the holding area. Cade Holcomb, I need you in the holding area. Cade Holcomb, need you in the holding area. Lindsay Sessom from class number 1, Splendor FFA. Cade Holcomb, Splendor FFA in the arena. Melanie Rawls to the holding area. Class 2, Charles Hankins Jr., Porter Junior FFA. Emma Craney to the arena, please. Aubrey Petty to the holding area. Emma Craney to the arena. Aubrey Petty to the holding area from class number 2. Class number 3, Caroline Loving, New Caney Junior FFA. Brooklyn Ross from Splendor FFA in the arena. Peyton Bruce, New Caney FFA to the holding area. Brooklyn Ross to the arena. Peyton Bruce to the holding area. Class number 6, Lane Cullum from New Caney FFA. Dalton Ness, Splendor FFA in the arena. Dalton Ness. Bro Kelly to the holding area. Class number 6, Dalton Ness from Splendor Dalton Ness from Splendor FFA. Bro Kelly to the arena. Harper Marsh to the holding area. Bro Kelly to the arena. Harper Marsh to the holding area. Class number 8, Trevor Harney, Splendor 4-H. Ty Largent, Splendor FFA to the arena. Gracie Sherlock, Splendor FFA to the holding area. Ty Largent in the arena. Gracie Sherlock to the holding area. Class number 7, Tyler Odom, Splendor FFA. Ethan Craney to the arena. Dylan Bailey to the holding area. Ethan Craney in the arena. Dylan Bailey to the holding area. We're picking number 11 with cell 45 and 5 alternates. That's from class number 5, Jerry Stewart from Splendor. Molly Galan in the arena. Class number 1, Cade Holcomb, Splendor Junior FFA. Melanie Rawls from Splendor FFA in the arena. Colt McCabe to the holding area. In class number 4, we have Zachary Muller, Splendor FFA. Tate Sowell, Splendor FFA to the arena. James Sessom to the holding area. Tate Sowell to the arena. James Sessom to the holding area. Class number 7, Ethan Craney, Splendor FFA. Dylan Bailey to the arena. Dylan Bailey to the arena. Riley Holcomb to the holding area. Class number 3, Brooklyn Ross, Splendor FFA. Peyton Bruce to the arena. Brooke McCarter to the holding area. Bro Kelly, we need you back in the arena. Bro Kelly, back in the arena, please. All right, class number 6, Bro Kelly, Splendor FFA. I need Harper Marsh in the arena. Morhan Jager to the holding area. Class number 4, Tate Sowell from Splendor FFA. Need James Sessom. James Sessom, Splendor FFA in the arena. Cutter Williamson. Cutter Williamson to the holding area, please. Ty Largent, Splendor FFA. Need Gracie Sherlock from class number 8. Gracie Sherlock in the arena. Tristan Tanner. Tristan Tanner to the holding area. Class number 8. Picking number 19. Picking number 19. Class number 5, Molly Galan, New Caney FFA. I need Bailey Joe Hill. Bailey Joe Hill in the arena. Valerie Tribe. Valerie Tribe to the holding area. That's from class number 5. From class number 7, Dylan Bailey. Dylan Bailey from Splendor FFA. Riley Holcomb. Riley Holcomb in the arena. Madison Richards in the holding area. Riley Holcomb from class 7 in the arena. Madison Richards from class 7 to the holding area.
Yeah, I got 207.
Okay. All right, from class number 4, James Sessom, Splendor FFA. Need Cutter Williamson. Cutter Williamson in the arena. Isabella Baldwin to the holding area. Cutter Williamson in the arena. Isabella Baldwin to the holding area from class number 4. From class number 9, Jordan Snyder. Jordan Snyder, New Caney FFA. Cash Wagner. Cash Wagner in the arena. Austin Beans to the holding area. Cash Wagner in the arena. Austin Beans to the holding area. From class number 9. Class number 3, Peyton Bruce, New Caney FFA. Need Brooke McCarter, Splendor Junior FFA in the arena. Aaron Harris to the holding area. Brooke McCarter in the arena. Aaron Harris to the holding area from class number 3. Class number 4, Cutter Williamson, Splendor FFA. Class number 4, need Isabella Baldwin, Porter FFA. Addison Johnson, Porter Junior FFA. Isabella Baldwin in the arena, class number 4. Addison Johnson in the arena from the holding area. Class number 7, Riley Holcomb, Splendor Junior FFA. Madison Richards, I need you in the arena. Brody Willis to the holding area. Class number 7. Picking number 26. Class number 6, Harper Marsh, Splendor Junior FFA. Morgan Jager, West Fork FFA in the arena. Kylie Mixon to the holding area. Morgan Jager in the arena. Kylie Mixon to the holding area. Class number 2, Emma Craney, Splendor FFA. Need Aubrey Petty from class 2 in the arena. Braylon Taylor to the holding area from class number 2. Class number 7, Madison Richards, Splendor FFA. Need Brody Willis, Splendor FFA in the arena. Francisco Rosales from Porter Junior FFA in the holding area. Class number 7, Brody Willis in the arena. Francisco Rosales in the holding area. Bailey Joe Hill, Porter Junior FFA. I need Valerie Tribe in the arena from Porter FFA. Need Reagan Winter, Splendor FFA from class 5 to the holding area. Class number 8, Gracie Sherlock, Splendor FFA. Need Tristan Tanner, Splendor FFA in the arena. Brooklyn Kelly, New Caney FFA to the holding area. Class number 8, Tristan Tanner in the arena. Brooklyn Kelly from Class 8 to the holding area. Class number 2, Aubrey Petty, Splendor FFA. And the Braylon Taylor, Splendor FFA in the arena. Ashton McCordle to the holding area from class number 2. Class number 4, Isabella Baldwin, Porter FFA. I need Addison Johnson, Porter Junior FFA in the arena. Hadley Winter, Splendor Junior FFA in the holding area. Class number 4, Addison Johnson in the arena. Hadley Winter in the holding area. Class number 5, Valerie Tribe, Porter FFA. I need Reagan Winter, Splendor FFA in the arena. Colton Sowell, Splendor FFA in the holding area. Class number 5, Reagan Winter in the arena. Colton Sowell to the holding area. Class number 3, Brooke McCarter, Splendor Junior FFA. And Aaron Harris, Splendor FFA in the arena. Abby Hall to the holding area. Class number 3, Aaron Harris in the arena. Abby Hall to the holding area. Class number 8, Tristan Tanner, Splendor FFA. Brooklyn Kelly, New Caney FFA in the arena. Brooklyn Kelly in the arena. Kelsey Ness to the holding area from class number 8. Class number 5, Reagan Winter, Splendor FFA. The Colton Soul from Splendor FFA in the arena. Avery Wright, Splendor Junior FFA to the holding area from class number 5. Class number 6, Morgan Jagger, West Fork FFA. I need Kylie Mixon in the arena. Cash Green to the holding area. Class number 6, Kylie Mixon, New Caney FFA. In the arena, Cash Green, Splendor Junior FFA to the holding area. Class number 4, Addison Johnson, Porter Junior FFA. Hadley Winter, Splendor Junior FFA in the arena. Ryan Brown, West Fork FFA to the holding area, class number 4. Hadley Winter in the arena. Ryan Brown to the holding area, class number 4. Class number 5, Colton Sowell, Splendor FFA. Need Avery Wright, Splendor Junior FFA to the arena. Corbin Frazier, Splendor FFA to the holding area. Class number 5, Avery Wright in the arena. Corbin Frazier to the holding area. Class number 4, Hadley Winter, Splendor Junior FFA. Ryan Brown, West Fork FFA in the arena. Brendan Shaw, West Fork FFA to the holding area. Class number 4, Ryan Brown in the arena. Brendan Shaw to the holding area. Picking number 40. Class number 8, Brooklyn Kelly, New Caney FFA. Need Kelsey Ness in the arena. Lane Schuler, Splendor FFA in the holding area. Class number 8, Kelsey Ness in the arena. Lane Schuler in the holding area. Class number 8. Class number 1, Melanie Rawls, Splendor, FFA. Colt McCabe, New Caney Junior, FFA in the arena. Camden Dolmage, Splendor, FFA in the holding area. From class number 1, Colt McCabe in the arena. Camden in the holding area. Class number 5, Avery Wright, Splendor Junior, FFA. Need Corbin Frazier in the arena. Elizabeth Tellerico in the holding area. Class number 5. Class number 1, Colt McCabe, New Caney Junior, FFA. Camden Dolmage, Splendor, FFA in the arena. Hayden Johnson in the holding area. Class number 6, Kylie Mixon, New Caney, FFA. Cash Green, Splendor Junior, FFA in the arena. Hayden Torres, New Caney, FFA in the holding area. Class number 6, Cash Green in the arena. Hayden Torres in the holding area. This will be number 45, the last in the sale. Then we'll pick 5 alternates. Class number 3, Aaron Harris, Splendor, FFA. Need Abby Hall from class 3 in the arena. Tyler White in the holding area. In class number 3, Abby Hall in the arena. Tyler White to the holding area. This is first alternate. We'll pick 5 alternates. Class number 1, Camlin Dolmage, Splendor FFA. Hayden Johnson, we need you in the arena from Porter FFA. Mia Destin to the holding area. Class number 1, Hayden Johnson in the arena. Mia Destin in the holding area. Class number 4, Ryan Brown, West Fork FFA. In the arena, Brendan Shaw. Brendan Shaw from West Fork FFA in the arena. Tatum Booton, Splendor FFA in the holding area from class number 4. Brendan Shaw in the arena. Tatum Booton in the holding area, class number 4. Class number 8, Kelsey Ness, Splendor FFA. I need Lane Schuler, Splendor FFA in the arena. Kevin Vargas to the holding area, class number 8. Lane Schuler in the arena. Kevin Vargas to the holding area, class number 8. Yeah, class 9, Colt Cash Wagner, New Caney FFA. This will be the last pick. Austin Binge in the arena. Austin Binge from class 9 in the arena. Class number 6, Cash Green, Splendor Junior FFA. Class number 6. That was the last alternate. You can relax your pigs and you can take them back to your pens now. Attention in the barn. Attention in the barn. Tomorrow we will have a buyer for non-sale pigs. If you're interested, at 50 cents a pound, he'll be here tomorrow. So if you like to get rid of your pig, we've got a buyer coming. They pay 50 cents a pound. Remember, all swine exhibitors are made to sell and alternates. You have a mandatory sales meeting right after the showmanship. This must be attended by the exhibitor and a parent. All exhibitors that made the sale and alternates must attend a mandatory sales meeting right after showmanship in the arena. Okay, attention in the barn. Attention in the barn. If you're a junior showman, 13 years and under, as of today, 13 and under, you want to participate in showmanship, bring them to the holding area. All exhibitors 13 and younger, if you'd like to participate in showmanship, bring your pig to the holding area at this time. It's a $5 entry fee. Winner takes it all. Okay, last call, Junior Showman. Junior Showman, 13 and under, $5 entry fee. Winner take it all. Get a belt buckle and whatever money is gathered is $5 a head. So if you're ready, we need to get you in the arena. Junior Showman, last call. $5 at the gate. Entry fee, $5 at the gate.
Well, an excellent first heat in this junior division of showmanship. And I do want to mention, I thought there was a couple close calls out here still in the ring. Young lady in the flowery shirt, I thought did an awesome job throughout the day showing, and then she comes back out for showmanship, and again, still doing a great job. I think what knocked her here, and ultimately what keeps her out of a pin, is we're a bit slow to start as we come in, and I guess as I move around the ring, I'd like to feel just a little more urgency there from her to get her look and get back over here to the other side where I'm at. I think if we could change that ever so slightly and pick our gear up a touch, she could certainly grab a pin, no doubt about it. Same could be said about the young lady here to my left, thin-belted gilt. She does a good job driving this gilt. Again, her pace is just slower geared, and that kind of hinders her to a touch. I wish we could speed that thing up and get that first impression we need as we come in the gate. You'll hear me talk throughout showmanship, and I think your ag advisors behind me would agree. I'm big on first impressions. Most of the time when we show this thing, you have about 5 seconds to get the best look that you can. All the focus is on you. As soon as you enter this gate, it would be a shame to not have that perfect. So I'm big on that, and ultimately that's what sorts us into pins. If we can get that first 5 seconds right, it's easier as we get out here in the big ring and get them collected and get their paces set to go ahead and drive them. Again, a good group of kids. Let's give these kids a round of applause as they head back.
Last call for junior showman. Fixing to bring him in the arena. Last call for junior showman. $5 entry fee at the gate. Also, there is a mandatory sales meeting right after the senior showman in the arena with all the exhibitors that made the sale, alternates, and a parent must attend. We will call roll.
Another good heat of juniors. Young man here in the orange I thought was a close call to make. He's done a good job showing this bear all day. Unfortunately, we get back here in showmanship, and he wants to be just a little cantankerous for him and not letting the young man get the looks he wants. But I think young man's done a great job all day. I think just subtle differences sort the kids that are outside here looking in and didn't quite snag a pin. Maybe just not quite confident that we got our look. I think it's important as I come off and start to get my look. If you're the only one there, I think it's important to get the look that you want, but you don't have to turn a tight circle and come right back to it. I mean, use the ring. Don't get hung up in traffic, especially when there's no need to. And I think that's what kind of sorts this particular heat. Good kids doing a great job. Let's give them a round of applause as they head back.
Senior showman, senior showman. If you're interested in showmanship, bring your hogs to the holding area. $5 entry fee. Senior showman, bring them to the holding area at this time. Attention in the barn. We've got enough senior showmen in the holding area. If you want to participate, just hold off for a little bit and we'll call you again. But right now we've got a big crowd in the holding area, so if you want to participate in senior showman, just wait a few minutes and we'll call you for a second round.
Let's give these kids a round of applause. Well, I think an excellent group of junior showmen out here, and realistically, I think of all the top end ones that we pin back, honestly, I do think they've done a good enough job that they didn't hinder their project at all. I've talked to the kids pinned up and noticed some subtle things that I personally would change, and that's a lot of what showmanship is personal preference. And truth be told, if our first impression's good and we're staying driving throughout the entire time and doing the little things right, it doesn't bother me a whole lot. I don't want to do a bunch of crazy things that never get called for at a Texas major show and a show ring, and that's where we need showmanship the most. I think these two young ladies out here do an excellent job of getting their projects presented. No doubt in my mind, they get the absolute most out of them, and with that, they're intense, they're focused, they look like they care. And another thing I think about their stare or glance, notice a few differences is when these girls look at you and they look into your eyes, they look like they're about to make a statement. And there's a few of them that when they look at you, it's almost like they got a question. And I much prefer this look here. I love the intensity. I love the control of our projects. There's some subtle changes or subtle differences between the pair. The thing that ultimately sorts it is the last little trick I did there right at the end, and the one that came through and got their look. And maybe that comes with just a little age and a little maturity. But I'll tell you that these two showmen out here in the center right now, I think are as good as any out there and need to be congratulated. And hats off to these young ladies. I'll go out and shake the hand of your champion and reserve champion showman.
Junior showman, Allie Wells, Splendor Junior FFA. Allie Wells, Splendor Junior FFA. Okay, we can clean the arena now, clean the pins out, and y'all can put them up. Okay, attention and barn. The remainder of the seniors that want to show participate in showmanship, bring them to the holding area at this time. All seniors that will participate in showmanship, bring them to the holding area at this time.
Again, I think a good heat of seniors, and I'll get a little pickier on the pin and I guess requirements in this particular age group. Again, I think all these girls out here are doing a great job. A couple close calls I had to make. I thought the young lady here in the green shirt was a close call to getting pinned, and I guess what keeps her from getting pinned to me is I notice her at times, I think maybe a little too much with the eye contact, and that it's hard to find the healthy balance because the eye contact with me becomes a bit of a distraction, and we almost run our pig into the fence, not realizing where we're at in the show ring. And then that's just one thing that kept her out. Other than that, I thought she did a phenomenal job. Again, a young lady here in the blue blazer, I thought did an awesome job the whole time. Unfortunately, this pig's just really not wanting to cooperate with her, and it's starting to show out here ringside. Young lady here, again, an excellent job getting this pig presented. Maybe just not quite the initial impression I needed when we first came in. Didn't quite have our barrow's head cranked up as high as it could be as we first take a few steps in here. Again, a good group of kids. Let's give these girls a round of applause as they head back. Again, another good heat of seniors. Kids doing a good job. I think the thing I notice as a whole in this group and what keeps us from snagging pins is we're having a hard time setting our pace with our projects in this particular heat. I think everything's a little sluggish and we're not wanting to get out and just drive. And part of that, I'm sure, is the pigs being tired and I'm sure the kids are tired. It's been a long day. But nonetheless, kids doing a great job. Unfortunately, pigs just seem to be kind of wanting to give out on them and no need to push them any harder than they've already been pushed today. Let's give these kids a round of applause as they head back. Well, it's been a phenomenal group of senior showmen, and honestly, when I get down to this point where I'm opening gates up, I'm just trying to figure out how to sort it without having to say anything. I think all these kids are doing an awesome job, and it is tough to sort them. And yeah, but sure. Again, a great group of senior showmen, and I was going to go to one more gate, but honestly, there's one out here that's proved to be enough that he has complete control of this animal. He's done a phenomenal job the entire time he's been in here. He is the only person that would go by each gate as many times as I would sit there. He'd keep coming. Young man right here will be champion senior showman.
Your champion senior showman, Zachary Muller. Congratulations. All right, put your animals up. Okay. Attention in the barn.